Oh. One, two, test, 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 test. One, two. One, two, one, two, three.
Okay, we've got just a little bit of a delay. Please bear with us. Okay, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Eli Garcia with the church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, Dwayne, would you turn on that mic for him, please?
Let us pray. Dear God, we thank you for today. God, I thank you for all the men and women that are here. God, I pray that you would continue to bless them. God, we thank you for all the councilmen. God, we thank you for just all the city officials. We pray that you would just continue to bless them, help them to lead well. God, we thank you for our police, our fire, EMS, all of our first responders for this city, God. We pray that you would protect them, God, as they're out there doing their service. God, we thank you for even our armed forces, protect them. And we're thankful that we get to live in a great nation. God, we pray that you would just continue to bless Lawton, that you would bless this city and the great nation in which we live, the United States. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, now we have presentation of the True North Award. John?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are recognizing a member of our fire department, Lieutenant Brandon Foss. Will you come down, please? I assume he's in that cluster of firefighters back there. So a few weeks ago, our fire department got a distress call. We went out there and there was a stranded climber. Lieutenant Foss volunteered to climb the rope and personally go get the individual. The individual had been up there for a while, was kind of cold, and he gave his sweatshirt to him. And so that's certainly the type of recognition that we want to give And certainly Lieutenant Foss is making our community a safer one in accordance with the True North culture statement. So please accept this. And let me give you this plaque. All right, thank you.
And now we have Employee Spotlight Award.
Okay, now we're going to recognize an employee in our Public Utilities Division. Donald Dowdy, are you here? There you are. So Don and one of his coworkers were on site not too long ago working through an issue, and Don recognized someone had fallen out of a wheelchair. The wheelchair was going down the street, so he was quick to react. He grabbed the wheelchair, put the lady back in her wheelchair, and made sure she was safe. So certainly not in your job description, but we appreciate you being a good member of the community and helping out a citizen in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. And now we move on to the reports by the mayor and city council, and we're going to start with Ward 1.
I don't have anything today because everybody laughed at me last time.
Oh, I don't remember what that was about. Mr. Harris?
I do not have anything to
Okay, Ms. Chapman?
Well, I
Gill?
certainly do.
Okay.
For the first time in a long time. I wanted to bring update on the Mayor Booker's 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton. This project is in the first phase. We've started the first 10 streets, as was put out on press releases, so you may know about that, but we've completed a section on Rogers Lane. We've completed a section on Bishop Road. We will start tomorrow, Wednesday, on Cash Road between Flower Mound and 45th Street. So all those people that use that strip of Cash Road between 45th and Flower Mound, it will be difficult to get through there. You can, but the good news is it'll only take about 4 or 5 days to get that section of road completely finished, and it'll make it so good for everyone out there, another nice smooth road, and we will continue with several more after that. And we look forward to doing quite a few as the first of the year comes and maybe continue right on through the year. We have 41 streets picked out and approved by the council to date, so everyone will have a street coming near you in your neighborhood soon, we hope. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiegert, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Warren, and Colonel.
Well, I just want to say thanks to the community for continued support Fort Sill, and especially here as we finish up the week and a lot of our trainees head back home over the holidays. So I hope everybody has wonderful holidays and look forward to seeing you in June.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, I think this is the last regularly scheduled meeting for Ms. Johnson. And I want to say that I have enjoyed working with you. You've been here the entire time that I've been here. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I've appreciated your focus on the community's youth and all that you've done to try to make life better for our youth. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I thank you for serving your community for 6 years. And I know you're not through, but in a different capacity. And would anybody like to chime in on that? Please do.
Enrique, you've been a kind of a beacon of hope for the people in your ward, and you've addressed a lot of issues, and not only council issues, but humanitarian issues. And I look forward to you continuing in that capacity, and anything I can do to help you, please let me know.
Enrique, you've always handled everything you've done with such grace and compassion, and you have been a great mentor to me, so I wish you well.
Enrique, I don't know you well, but I certainly have enjoyed working with you. I'll miss you.
Enrique, it's been a pleasure to know you and to serve with you, and thank you again for all you've done for the Lawton community. I'm gonna save my comments for the next meeting where all the crying is involved. Enrica knows how much I appreciate everything that she's done, but I'll have more to say then. And Ms. Johnson, would you like to say anything?
I'm with Randy, I'm a crier, but just wanted to tell you all thank you. And even when I lost my vision and I was doing this without being able to see, Randy and Councilwoman Hankins and others, Alan, who ran me into a pole at one point, but I really enjoyed doing this. I, like the mayor said, you know, I've been in the community since 1999 and continue to do the things. So this is not it. I just will continue working in the community and doing the things that I do for young people and the underserved population. So I just appreciate those who supported me while I was in this seat, and I will have other comments in January. So thank you all.
So one more thing before we applaud. When you lost your vision, you did not lose your vision for where you wanted to take your ward and where you wanted to take the kids of the community, and I appreciate you for that. Now, we probably need to forego the story about Mr. Hampton running you into a pole when you were blind.
It's an inside
But let's
joke.
give Enrica a round of applause. Okay, and now we'll move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close audience participation. And before we do the consent agenda, because we have some individuals here from out of town and we need to get this taken care of, we're going to bring item number 18 to the front. Consider adopting a resolution approving the amended and restated redevelopment agreement by and among the City of Lawton, the Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Comanche County Industrial Development Authority, and West Wind Elements, and related supporting documents for the development of a pilot facility and the prospective development of a large-scale refinery in the West Side Industrial Park to refine cobalt, nickel, and other critical elements, approving indebtedness of the Lawton Economic Development Authority and the principal par amount not to exceed $2 million in obligations, waiving competitive bidding on the issuance of the notes issued in connection with obligations, and authorizing other matters relating thereto. And I think Mr. Dan Batchelor is going to address the council. We're going to make sure we get that turned on for you.
Now can you hear me?
Much better. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of council, citizens of the community of Lawton. I'm Dan Batchelor with the Center for Economic Development Law. I'm here with my partner, Lisa Harden. We have been engaged by you and by the Lawton Economic Development Authority to work with you in connection with the community's economic development strategies. I'm particularly excited to be here today to speak to you briefly on this item. Rarely has an Oklahoma community been presented with the opportunity to foster an economic development project of the potential significance of the one that you are considering, and that is the partnership with West Wind. It is especially significant because, first of all, if fully developed, this refinery will be the only cobalt and nickel refinery in the United States of America. Cobalt and nickel are critical elements in so many technological computer power systems that we are operating, building, and developing today. It is of second great significance because of the unusually high potential beneficial economic impact upon the community. If the pilot plant facility, which is provided for as step one, as a prelude to building and developing and operating a full-scale facility, if it is successful, it could lead to the creation of several hundred jobs, paying over $100,000 per year on average, and a potential investment of as great as $1.4 billion. So the impact on its community would be, this community would be unusually strong. The third reason that this development could have great significance is because of its national and international significance. If you manufacture and refine here critical elements that are not only significant to the national economy, and we know it's significant to the Department of Defense, for example, and the Department of Energy, it also helps reposition this country, this nation, in the international economic marketplace. So this is a special opportunity. Your risk level on the front end is relatively low because what it provides is that this community would finance and provide land and a building for an initial pilot facility costing about $3 million. If it does not work, you get the land and the building back. To do that pilot facility, the company must invest something on the order of an additional $14 million. And if it demonstrates the feasibility of the processes and the capability of the company's organization to achieve the refining capacity and quality results that are anticipated, then that opens the door to significant national public and private financing in terms of loans, private equity investment, and investments by the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. So the potential is huge. The risk on the front end for the community is relatively low, and what we have already seen is that this community has the capacity to create a significant working partnership with West Wind. We have had to struggle with some difficult and challenging and unusual issues in bringing this community public-private partnership together, but we have overcome those challenges, and what's before you today is a result of that successful effort, and that is an agreement that knits the pieces together, provides for a pathway to test this process initially, and then lead to the potential growth and development of a full-scale, unusual, and highly significant and greatly needed refining facility. So we recommend it most favorably to you, and we ask for your support, endorsement, and your continued presence in the operation of this interesting, valuable, and exciting partnership.
Okay, and if you'll just hang on, I'm going to let
If you have
Tim
questions,
speak,
I'll
and then
be
I'm going to
happy to
ask
respond.
council if they have questions. Tim?
Okay, so Mayor, Council, thank you very much. I want to thank Dan. I think he did a good presentation, and Lisa Harden did an outstanding job working on these documents for the last several months. They all came together in the last few days very well. I want to just let the council know that we had a LEDA meeting at noon today. LEDA approved the redevelopment agreement, the amended redevelopment agreement. We had a CCIDA meeting at 1 o'clock. They also voted to approve the amended redevelopment agreement. So that's, now we're at council, the third public entity, and asking council to consider doing the same. Because this is a, we're approving LEDA authorizing debt, and that's because they're getting land and $2 million from CCIDA that they will then administer and handle as the transaction goes with West Wind. That is in essence a debt. So when council approves the resolution, this will require a 3/4 vote. So we'll need approval of 6 council members to pass the resolution. And the final thing I have is just a minor housekeeping item. The agenda for this council meeting wasn't finalized until Monday, and so over the weekend there was an adjustment to the resolution that Lisa made. She consulted with me on Sunday. I agreed with it. So council, if you got a booklet that would have the old resolution in it. I think she updated it with the new resolution. When we posted for the public, though, on Monday, we posted the updated resolution, so the public sees the updated resolution. Council has the updated resolution, and that's just a minor housekeeping matter. So if anyone has any questions for me or Lisa or Dan, we'll be happy to answer them. And we thank everyone for their patience and allowing us time to get these documents finalized.
Council, do you have any questions for Dan or Tim? Seeing none, is there a motion? Nobody, by the way, no public signed up to speak on this item, but we're not trying to shut the public down. Is there anybody here that wants to speak? Please come forward. You'll have to come up to the microphone, ma'am. I'm sorry. Or maybe we could get a microphone and take it to her. We'll bring one to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll need your name and address, please.
Okay, my name is Cornelia Finch. I live out in Fletcher. I just have a question. Why Lawton? Why not somewhere out in the deserts where really no public lives around?
So we're real proud that they picked Lawton, and we work very hard to get jobs in Lawton. A phone call that I had today was very reassuring to me from an environmentalist that assured me that a permit wouldn't be issued by the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality until the process had been proven that they were going to do it safe and that they would check everything, ma'am. So we're real proud that they have picked Lawton. Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I've got a, Mayor and Council, I move that we approve the proposed resolution and amended and restated redevelopment agreement by and among the City of Lawton, Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Comanche County Industrial Development Authority, and West Wind Elements Incorporated, and related supporting documents for the development of a pilot facility and the prospective development of a large-scale refinery in the West Side Industrial Park to refine cobalt, nickel, and critical elements, approving indebtedness of the Lawton Economic Development Authority in the principal par amount not to exceed $2 million in obligations, waiving competitive bidding on the issuance of the notes issued in connection with the obligations, and authorizing other matters related thereto.
We do have a motion. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-1.
Mayor, I'll need a poll.
Are you able to display?
No.
Okay, then we're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Harris?
Yes.
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Uyghur?
No.
Johnson? Warren? Hankins?
And so the motion carries 6-1. All right. Now we need to take a recess so we can sign the papers and let the attorneys get on their way back. Okay, I called the meeting back to order. Okay, a few polls on, first of all, we're striking item number 23, council. Okay, now on the consent agenda, the following items are considered to be routine by the city council and will be acted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. We're pulling items 2, 8, 9, and 10. 2, 8, 9, and 10. Council, hold on just a minute. 2, 8, 9, and 11, excuse me. Just a little problem reading my writing. 2, 8, 9, and 11. Are there any other items, council? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
Mayor, council, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of pulling items 2, 8, 9, and 11.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. I think I need one more vote.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
Hampton's is blinking, but he's not here.
Okay, we have 7-0. Consent agenda passes 7-0. Item number 2. Consider the following damage claims recommended for denial. Patricia Mickler in the amount of $3,484.88 and John Henry Reyes in an uncertain amount. Tim?
Okay, so Mayor and Council, these are two damage claims. I'm not sure which one was exactly we were pulled. We're talking about the Reyes claim. So that would be the second claim, and we have Garrett Lamb from our office to brief the council on that opinion.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Is there any opposition from Patricia Mickler? Can we have a motion to deny that claim?
I make a motion to deny the Mickler portion of this item.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. One more. 7-0. Motion carries. Now we're on John Henry. Is it Reyes? Reyes?
I believe it's Reyes.
Okay. Oh, Reyes. Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Council. This claim involves an alleged sewer backup that occurred on August 19th, 2023 at 1805 Northwest Elm Avenue. Wastewater crews responded to the backup and placed a bypass pump to keep the water moving and turned over the job to Sewer Construction Division for repair. During this time and before the line was fully repaired, the bypass pump suffered a failure and caused water to overflow once again on September 5th, 2023, as a continuation of this first incident. During both events, crews responded and applied disinfectant to the yard and made such repairs as necessary until a complete repair could be accomplished. At no point during this time of the events did the city notice or become notified of water going into the residence or flowing under the house or into the crawl space. The city's records showed no prior history on the main actual pipe segment, the first pipe segment below, the second pipe segment below, or the third pipe segment below this location in the last 3 years. As you know, the city is not liable for negligence in the maintenance of its sanitary sewer system until prior notice of the defective condition has been received by the municipality managing that system. No such notice prior to that was given here. Upon further investigation of this claim by our office, it's our opinion that the alleged damages would not result from either backup event. The claimant alleges that because the sewage flowed into the yard and allegedly under the home, that the floors have buckled, the sheetrock in the walls and the ceilings are damp, the carpets are ruined and damp, mold has begun to grow on the ceiling, there are cracks in the walls, and that the foundation has shifted. Damages as alleged here are just simply inconsistent with this type of backup event, more likely from some other water source or leak, or an event such as the passage of time. The home in question here was built in 1942 and is over 80 years old. Finally, our claims investigator took photos of the home and these alleged damages. During her investigation, she noticed moisture in the bathroom ceiling. This appeared to be some kind of water accumulation or leak located in that area of the house. The ceiling had mold growth and appeared to have been poked with something to make two perfectly small circular holes in the ceiling, which when she asked, the claimant admitted to doing himself. She also called and spoke with one of the contractors from the many estimates submitted for work to our office. During that conversation, she learned from the contractor that the moisture barrier in the home was old and ruined and that it needed to be replaced. Further, in the contractor's opinion, that the mold in the wet ceiling could not have been a result from the allegations by the claimant. For all of these reasons, our office has recommended denial of this claim, and we'd ask that you vote to deny it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. And would Ms. Guzman, are you wanting to come forward and speak? Okay, come on up, John Henry. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Good afternoon.
Members. My name is John Henry Reyes. I live at 1805 Northwest Elm Avenue. On August 19th, around 12 p.m., my neighbor Mark at 1807 Elm Avenue informed me that there was a major sewage line break between Pershing and Elm. Sewage was coming out of the ground and onto our property. He immediately called the water department to inform them of the break. Since my neighbor's yard is higher than mine, his sewage was flowing into my property on top of my own sewage. The city quickly responded and inserted a pump and to redirect the flow of the sewage. A few days later, the pump broke and a second one was installed. By this time, raw sewage had been flowing into my property and continued to flow when the second pump broke. By then, my house had been, there was a smell into my house. A few days later, a third pump was installed because the second pump malfunctioned. At this time, I had two roommates. We had noticed that the floor had started to buckle. Mold is now growing in the house and the walls and developing cracks, and the kitchen ceiling was dripping. I immediately asked my roommates to move out because the house was inhabitable due to the sewage that had flown under the house. I too had moved out. There was raw sewage in my backyard, front yard, and under the house. The city sent an individual to treat the yard with lime and disinfectant, which tells me that there was a possible contamination due to the sewer line break. The contamination was contained. Unfortunately, they were not able to get under the house to treat it. Due to the sewage and mud under the house, the city, it took the city about 2 to 3 weeks to repair the street sewer line. Being a first-time home owner and not knowing what to do, my grandmother contacted the city council member Kelly Harris and informed him of the issue. I have sent him pictures of the damage of my home. I did file a claim with estimate cost of my home. With the city investor came out and took pictures to support my claim that is on file. On December 5th, I received a call that my claim had been denied, which is why I stand here before you now. I asked the city council members to please reverse the denial to my claim so I can get the repairs done to my home and move back in. Thank you for allowing me to address the city council members.
So, John, by the way, you did a great job,
Thank
and
you.
I'm proud of you. And calm down, because we're not against you.
No,
okay?
it's just
So,
not good at public
so I
speaking.
appreciate that. Now, I took a special interest in this and looked into it. And I really feel like there must be another water event that caused the problem, and I'm going to tell you why I think that. In the ceiling, you had a problem in the ceiling where the sheetrock was soft from what I saw in the pictures and what I was told by the investigator. And I don't see how the water underground, and indeed I don't think your contractor thought that the ceiling problem was from the ground, the water potentially under the house, though the investigators have a pretty good case that the sewer water never entered under the house. There's another event, John, that was real puzzling, and it was in a 4-day period. An extreme amount of water was used. As I recall, it was 4,400 gallons. Is that right?
That's correct.
In 4 days, there was a 4,400 gallon water usage, which was more than your average monthly usage, indicating some kind of a leak. Why do you feel sure that this is the city's fault from the overflow instead of another leak that might be covered by your homeowner's insurance?
Well, as for the ceiling, where they were talking about the two holes in there, before I had moved in, I had a termite inspector come in to check and see if those holes were there before I had moved in. And he had pressed on it with a broom, but nothing moved in or anything like that. Those had been there prior. So they weren't connected to any of the damages. As for the water usage, in what months were it?
It would have been in September.
September.
It was right after the meter was.
September 8th through 14th, 4,400 gallons. So that was 6 or 7 days, 4,400 gallons were used.
I wouldn't be sure on to.
See, it seems to indicate that there was another water event.
But
John.
the reporting of damage was beforehand. Before the. So, sorry, I'm not sure.
John, have you turned this in on your homeowner's insurance?
I have. They have estimated me a total because it was a city sewage line break. Yeah, they have estimated me about $5,000.
Follow that. I didn't follow that.
No, I have talked to my homeowner's insurance. They have estimated a total where they would be able to help out with $5,000.
And so they're going to pay you $5,000 for repair?
If I talk to them about that, yes.
Okay.
The total estimates for the damages was $22,372.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So, and John, state this again. They said because it was a city break that they were only going to pay $5,000. If it wasn't the city's fault, are they going to pay the total amount? The prior notice part of our claim, in that I live a block and a half away from this, and we've been working on that sewer line for years and had to pump it out and flush it out, and it's literally almost, it's probably 75 yards from his house, where we were constantly for the last several years working on it. So there has been a prior issue with these lines, maybe not exactly downstream from his house, I'm not sure, but it's very possible that it was an issue here before, even though a constituent may not have reported it. We've been working on it as a city.
Mr. Harris, if there was an issue before, does that still prove that this is the reason for the damages in the claim?
I share your concern there. John Henry, it's hard to believe that water flowing under your house would have wound up into your attic or
never said anything
soaking,
about
soaking, well, so our inspector said that the ceiling looked like it had been wet before. The walls, some of the sheetrock was buckling. So do you
Yeah.
have pictures of when it was, while the sewage was flowing or anything?
I do have a. I don't have my phone on me with the picture. I do have a picture of my yard with some of the discontaminant on it, but the.
Do you have any pictures of the sewage flowing under your house?
I couldn't get down into my yard to take pictures underneath the house directly.
Okay.
My crawl space access is approximately about an inch off the ground, but the water was surrounding my house, so.
John, this is tough because I'm going to tell you, I can tell the same thing from Mr. Harris. We're trying to find a way. The problem is we have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of Lawton, and there just does not appear to be enough evidence that this was caused by the leak. We're open to new information, but all the information that I've seen, John, points to another water event and a water leak as evidenced by your water usage in those 7-day period. I wish there was a way that I could support paying this for you, but short of new information, with the information that we have, I'm not sure we wouldn't be violating the law to pay this.
Mayor, may I speak?
Yeah, absolutely. Come on up. And this is Bonnie Guzman.
One thing I want to say is the leak that they were talking about was a faucet leak. It wasn't a leak in the house, as stated in the proposal or what they wrote up. And that's why we turned the water off, because the faucet in the tub was leaking. Now, he did have 3 roommates living with him. And if you look, I pulled his water bill for 3 months. And if there was a substantial leak underneath the house to make that much damage, his water bill would have been $200 to $300 or $400, it seems like. And it never went more than $20 than what he was usually paying. So that's where the leak was coming from, was a faucet leak, and that's why we had the water turned off. And then the high usage was I think he had roommates from maybe August and through September. There was 2 other additional people living there that was also using the water. And that's the only reason I could see that there was probably a higher usage, was because of the leak that was in the tub. This was my mother's house, and there was never a problem with this. And I had been in the house several times. And it's just kind of funny how this all started when the sewage was in the yard. And we have pictures of where they treated the yard and everything. And the crawl space it's not an expensive house. It's a very cheap house. The crawl space just has a little board covering it. And to me, water can get underneath there. We also had a contractor, Bonifield's construction company, and Mr. Bonifield looked at it himself, and he did see and smell sewage under the house. And I have a sworn statement from him saying that he did see it. I never saw anybody crawl under the house. No inspectors, nothing. Everybody just kind of went around the house, but they didn't go under the house.
Okay, hold on for me just a minute. Was this the same contractor that you quoted?
I'm not sure which one. Can I borrow the mic real quick?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Our claims investigator spoke with one of her contractors. We received several estimates, about 4. We were uncertain as to what they were for. They were anywhere from $6,000 plus up to about $44,000 worth of damage. So I don't know which contractor she spoke with. What I do know is that the water has since been turned off for non-payment. That was part of her investigation as well into this sewage backup event. So it's still currently turned off because of non-payment, not because of high usage. Something else that Mr. Reyes has said, Mr. Guzman has said, is that he had roommates living there during this period of high water usage. That's actually not the case. In the letter we got from them, it appears that they had moved out by September 5th. Is that correct? after the second event. Once that happened, that's when that water was read for that high usage after they had already moved out. So it couldn't have been from the roommates.
How do you know the water usage for that period of time?
So our investigator pulled the report essentially from water personnel. I'm not sure who that is here, but she looked at it, added it all up.
So what does it give, daily usage or what?
It can show usage by gallons, yes.
You can see by hour.
You can see hourly usage.
At any time, did the investigator meet the homeowner out there and walk through the reasons and maybe even have the contractor there?
I know that our investigator went out there. I'm not sure who was there at that time, if one of you were there when she was there. Okay, so it appears that she was there. She took pictures of what she saw. I don't think she went under the house, but she took pictures of the inside for the alleged damages.
Counsel? Mayor and council, this is tough. Because I'm like Mr. Harris and the mayor, I'd love to find a way to pay this. But the way I always look at it, which makes it somewhat easier for me, not a lot, but basically what we're being asked to do is to have the neighbors pay for this damage. And unless we can show those neighbors without a doubt that those neighbors, the city, has caused that problem, I don't know that we can do that. I mean, it's very difficult. You know, it's easier when we look at it like the city and this entity that has money and just collects money and doesn't do anything with it. And that's not the reality. The reality is that we ask the neighbors to pay that. And in order to do that, we have to prove and hold true the fact that they actually owe it. This isn't the end necessarily. There may even be a better solution. You have the opportunity to take this decision. If it doesn't go your way, you have the opportunity to take it to district court, where they aren't necessarily bound by the same rules that we are. And so it's possible you could even have better luck there. That being said, I wish that I could do this, but I'm going to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Mayor, can I say one more thing?
No. Is there a second?
Second.
I do hear a second. He died. Was that Mr. Gill, I think?
I second.
Discussion or debate?
I'd like to make a discussion. It sounds
Okay.
to me like, after listening to this and reading the documentation prior to the council meeting, that, and I'm not clear exactly what you're asking for. You presented estimates in the sums of $40-some-odd thousand. It sounds to me like that you're actually trying to get your house rebuilt in areas that, even regardless of what happened with the sewage, that it would require this. I would like to see an amount and possibly something on cleanup due to a sewer spill, something like that. I think that's much more in line with the problems that you sustained on your property when that line backed up and it flooded your yard, as you say, and there's documentation for that. It sounds to me like something that needed to be cleaned up, that possibly that we could look at in that respect of helping there. But as far as going in and remodeling a house based on not even a water problem that would back up, there's traces when your house is flooded in the walls, sheetrock damage, or the flooring, or I mean, there's many, many telltale signs as far as water damage. So it sounds like we're not on the same tune. So that's my reason for the second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion or debate?
Mayor, can I say one more thing? And
Absolutely.
and maybe staff can discuss this with them afterwards, but there's also the possibility, not because of the damage, but just because of possible
ownership and things of that nature and location, it's possible that you could apply to one of our home programs to get some help. That's just something to think about, and you might talk to staff about that.
Further discussion or debate? Please vote. Can need one more, unless somebody's left. I know, but I've got, okay, motion carries 6-1. Do we need to do a roll call vote? We're going to have a roll call vote.
That's what I do it. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Motion carries 6-1. Bringing up item 8, consider approving agreement with Cowan Group Engineering LLC for the professional engineering services and the preparation of contract documents for the street reconstruction project, Sheridan Road, 1/2 mile south of Bishop Road to Lee Boulevard, project number 2303. This is in accordance with the True North culture statement by providing more efficient service to the citizens of Lawton. Joe.
Mayor and Council, this is, as you just stated, the agreement for doing the design services for the roadway repairs and reconstruction of Sheridan Road from 1/2 mile south of Bishop down to Lee Boulevard. In the audience today, we also have Jeff Cowan and Robert Rose, who are two of the engineers, owners of Cowan and Associates, if you have any questions for them.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
Joe.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember having a review board meeting on this item. Can you enlighten me on that, please?
You mean an engineering review board meeting?
Yes.
We didn't have one. We just had a selection committee with the city manager's office, engineering department, and public works department did a.
And who
we
was
shortlisted 3 firms and interviewed 3 firms.
who was on that selection committee?
It was Dwayne, myself, Stahoff from my office, or Shivani from my office, and I think it was Cynthia, because I think Larry was out at the time.
Okay, well, here's my problem. I know you're aware of the engineering review board, and I'm sure you're aware of the makeup of this. And in order to award contracts, we have to follow Council Policy 8-1, which 8-1-4 requires council members that are already appointed on that board being part of that board. And I didn't see any information, nothing posted, nothing sent to me or any of the other board members, so we had no council representation on that board at all. And the thing that concerns me, that's way over the $50,000 amount of money that's stated in Section 4 of 8-1 Policy Board. So this was almost a $700,000 contract. So that does concern me that it wasn't properly explained, notified, and it was for that high of a price. So we do have a policy in place that 4 council members serving on that board should be notified and should be there for this type of a decision. So based on that, and that we did not do that, we didn't do what was specified in the council policy. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion that we send this to the engineering review board, review this part of council policy 8-1, section 1 and 4, and take further action if necessary, report back to council, and make a recommendation on this contract.
Okay, so that's the engineering, the council engineering selection committee, correct?
Engineering, yes, engineering review board.
Okay, all right, does everybody understand the motion? And do we have a second? We do have a second from Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number, hold on just a minute. Mr. Gill has an additional comment.
I just wanted to make the comment that this has nothing to do with Cowan. I know you're a very reputable firm. We've used you in the past, been happy with your work. This is just a policy review matter that should have been followed and wasn't for whatever reason. Something that the council is working on to clear up, make things a little bit more transparent. That was certainly one of the things I ran on when I ran for office, was transparency with city government. We have how to say it nicely, but we just have a situation with our city government that's not always transparent, and a lot of people are concerned about that. So this is just an in-house method that we need to go back and certainly as we discuss this and go over it, it'll have no effect whatsoever on your firm. Also, while I'm on that subject, there is another council policy that all firms that are registered with the city in good standing and doing work for the city of Lawton should be notified. And there were several that were not notified, also another violation of policy code. So we have several things to clear up in the engineering review board. So that's what this is all about. So I hope you understand that, and thanks for coming.
Brings up item 9, consider approving a new lease agreement for tenants leasing space located in the Lake Latonka recreational areas to include the area known as Schoolhouse Slough for calendar year 2024. Dwayne?
Mayor and Council, staff asked that this item be pulled just for a couple of clarifications on the proposed lease document that was posted with the agenda. The clarification was we did not include the boathouses for the insurance requirement, and we wanted to add that in there to make sure that there was liability insurance included with the boathouse, and then also to change the signatory to the manager's office unless the mayor would like to sign all those leases.
I think this can be administrative.
Okay.
Mayor and council, I'd like to make a motion to approve a new lease agreement for tenants leasing space located in the Lake Latonka recreational area to include the area known as Schoolhouse Slough for calendar year 2024, and also include requiring insurance for boathouses and changing the city's authorized signatory to the deputy city manager.
We have a motion, and we do have a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Harris?
Dwayne?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Did we include in here that we're no longer going to be able to pass down rentals to other people?
Yes, sir. That was in the previous lease. The lease that you have actually is it's a revision of the previous lease under the old concessionaire. We went in, fixed some grammatical issues, shored up some language where we included some insurance requirements, as well as clarified some of the additional language in there with respect to how leases are non-transferable with the exception of boathouses. Boathouses are different because they're more of a permanent type structure. They're not necessarily a conveyance. So we shored that portion up and then clarified some other sections of the lease document itself.
Thank
you. Bet.
Further discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 11, consider directing staff to issue an RFP, request for proposal for a comprehensive upgrade of the city's traffic signal control system. RFP may not be the right thing to ask for. I put this on here thinking that at the time, but what I'm looking for, and Mr. Harris is a co-author on this, is we plan over the next 6 months or so to be putting together a CIP extension and addressing things that the current CIP does not address. This is something that the citizens regularly comment on. And, but we have no way of knowing how much to put in the CIP to deal with it. So I don't think RFP is right, because you don't want to ask companies to do a request for proposal when you don't have the money identified and you're not awarding a contract. So I don't really know how to do this, except maybe direct the staff to figure it out.
Can I?
Yes.
Mayor, Council, I think the Engineering Selection Commission meeting that we're going to have is something that we could discuss. If we go out for RFPs for an engineering firm, or we use our in-house traffic engineering consulting firm to help us put something together on that terms. That's something
I
we
was
can
hoping to
discuss
do
in
it
our-
without spending money. If we hire a traffic consulting firm, we're going to spend money.
Well, they would be under my, they're our traffic engineer on, as a retainer on call service, something we would do basically in-house.
John?
I think that's appropriate, Mayor. We could also kind of establish a working group, look at the issue internally, and come back and make a recommendation to council.
Okay, Mr. Harris, do you want to comment? You were co-author.
Yeah, just briefly. So I think that's all good. I'd like to be on that working group if that's possible. Joe, isn't Larry our traffic engineer now, or? No. Well, okay, I wasn't sure if John was talking about a different working group. Isn't Larry our traffic engineer now, sort of?
No, the engineering department has taken that back over. And,
Okay.
And TEC is a consulting firm that even Larry was using, and we continue to use, who basically is our de facto traffic engineer.
And I'm not going to try to speak for the mayor, but my complaint is that, and I drive a lot, drive for a living. For instance, the traffic light at Cash Road and Forts Hill Boulevard, I sat there for an hour one night with a stopwatch and timed the traffic coming through, and over 60% of the time people were just sitting there when nobody's coming. And and I know that in other areas of the city we have upgraded the lights, and they do automate and change when necessary. So we just want to look at what's it going to take to bring that technology to the whole city and to move past this 50-year-old system that we have now. So whatever your advice is, that's where I'd like to go with that.
So why don't somebody just make a motion for the staff to figure this out and bring back the solution? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now we have a little problem we've got to fix. Yes.
So Mayor, on council, item 14, that snuck past me. That really should have been stricken, and I can explain more. But I think to do that, I need a motion from the council to suspend our rules and reconsider item 14.
I'd make a motion to suspend our rules and reconsider item 14.
We have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. So it brings up item 14. Consider approving an amendment. Well, we're just striking it, or do we need to read it and strike it?
You may want to read it, and then I'll explain.
Okay. Consider approving an amended budget and First Amendment to the funding and limited support agreement between the City of Lawton and the Lawton Youth Sports Authority Trust for FY 23-24 to expand the use of funding, allowing for the lease and/or purchase of real property to be the site of the sports complex. Tim.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. So the Lawton Youth Sports Authority had a meeting yesterday afternoon, and this was placed on the council agenda in anticipation that the Sports Authority would have approved a new budget and also an amended support agreement. That did not happen at their meeting yesterday, and so we're not ready to take action on this at this point. So council did just previously approve this, so I would recommend or suggest a motion to withdraw the previous approval of this item.
I'd make a motion to withdraw the previous approval of this item, mainly because it's my fault. I think if the mayor looks at his phone, I sent him a message that said, "I will remind you to pull this." Mayor. No, I didn't remind you. Mayor, I would just add, I think there's another alternative. I think that we could leave the approval in place, conditioned upon Lisa, the Lawton Youth Sports Authority, taking action at a future meeting, and suspend any disbursement of funds until such point that that occurs.
We could do that, but I recommend that we do not do that because after the document was prepared, I've seen some further tweaks we might want to make to this document. Some of that involves, since this is CIP money, it's going to be used for the potential purchase of real property, but we want to tighten that up a little bit, that language, to make sure that it says that it has to be used for that purpose, and so I'm recommending we withdraw the approval.
Okay, so the motion stands. Would you restate your motion?
Motion is to deny the previous approval.
Rescind the approval.
Rescind the previous approval made by council.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay, so the motion carries 7-0. Now that brings up business items. I'm going to throw you another loop, and we're going to jump to item 22. 22. Consider approving a professional service agreement for insurance broker services with Higginbotham, or in the alternative, take other action as may be appropriate, included the possible awarding of a professional service agreement to the other vendor submitting a proposal, Insurica, and authorized the mayor to sign. Craig.
Good afternoon, council and mayor. This is still on, right? Okay. Is it not on? Oh, okay. I need to get closer. Okay. How about that? All right. Okay. One of the responsibilities that Human Resources has is we go out for various contracts like other departments do, and December 31st of this year is when our current broker contract expires. We originally signed the contract back in 2020, and we've had the renewals on that, but now we're out of renewals, so we had to go back out for a new contract. We sent out bid proposals to 6 different vendors, and we got responses from 2 separate vendors, one Higginbotham and one Insurica. And when we got those proposals in, I reviewed those proposals, and I had Candy Brown in my office review those proposals, and I had Michelle Kraus in my office review those proposals. We all reviewed them independently. We took those proposals, what our opinion was, and then we had a Health and Wellness Committee meeting, which Health and Wellness Committee is made up of general employees, police employees, and fire employees. We took these proposals to the Health and Wellness Committee. Charlotte is the chairperson of that Health and Wellness Committee, and they discussed those proposals. They discussed them in detail about what has happened in the last few years with the contracts, where our insurance has gone. And one place where that insurance has gone is the first year that Higginbotham, when they took back over in 2020, the first year that they were there, we had about almost a $700,000 savings from insurance. But we looked at the proposals, we discussed it, and then the Health and Wellness Committee took a vote to recommend Higginbotham get the contract for our next broker consultant. So that's where we're at today. If you have any questions.
So I think you've got at least one employee that wants to speak, Megan Loftus. Megan, you want to speak now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Megan Loftus, and I have worked for the City of Lawton for 14 years. From November of 19 to April of 22, I was the city's benefits coordinator in HR. I would like to give a few reasons why I believe the city should consider staying with Higginbotham as the insurance broker. During my time as benefits coordinator, Luann Yarberry and her team with Higginbotham were instrumental to my success in that position. Higginbotham is housed in Wichita Falls, Texas, but they made constant appearances whenever needed. In fact, they showed up more than our previous broker, who is housed in Oklahoma City. Higginbotham showed up to every meeting by the Health Committee, City Council meetings, and open enrollment meetings. Having no experience in insurance, Luann and her team showed up to give me one-on-one training sessions, walked me through the insurance process, and they also helped us switch from being self-insured to fully insured, which was a tumultuous task because that year, the city also changed every single provider that we had. Higginbotham was in constant contact when insurance coverages were being changed, bills from providers were incorrect, and then when communication with certain providers was non-existent. Higginbotham fought for the City of Lawton and its employees when they needed to. I would like to give just a few examples of how Higginbotham has gone above and beyond to help our employees. Higginbotham has not only been the go-between for employees and insurance carriers, but when insurance was giving an employee the runaround on their prescription, Higginbotham picked up the cost so that the employee did not have to go without their medication. Higginbotham has also communicated with employees in the evenings and weekends regarding their coverage and prescription issues. While contact with Higginbotham is generally between the benefits coordinator position, but sometimes it is necessary for the broker to speak to the employee directly to help ensure that the issue is resolved. My last example involves me personally. Blue Cross and Blue Shield recently changed their guidelines for a woman's wellness exam. My doctor recommended the exam, but Blue Cross and Blue Shield denied it due to the new regulations. My doctor ended up being paid, but the lab did not. Per the contract with the lab had with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, they should have written off my $300 bill. They did not. I paid it to avoid collections, and Higginbotham and Chris with Blue Cross Blue Shield spent 3 months working hard to get the lab to refund my cost. After 3 months, and on September 20th, 2023, I did finally receive my refund. I know that without Higginbotham constantly asking them where it was and reminding them of their obligations, that would not have happened. Due to the time limits here today, those are just a couple of examples. In conclusion, I believe that it's unfortunate in your positions that you're not eligible for city insurance. However, approximately 650 general and police employees are, and the health committee that represents them for insurance has supported Higginbotham as their choice. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Higginbotham has built a trusted and long-standing relationship with those employees. They know us, our spouses, and our children. They know our diagnoses, our medical history to include what medications we're on, and even some of our preferred pharmacies. Just as you ask your constituents to trust you and believe you've been successful in office when you seek re-election, we ask that you please hear our voices and keep the broker that we have trusted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Now, I think what's at issue here is that we have a potential policy and ordinance that authorize us or direct us to give favoritism to local. So we got to decide what local is, because I think the other vendor, home office is in Oklahoma City, but they have an office here, right? And so does the policy apply?
Okay, so what we have is we have a purchasing policy, which is policy 4.2. Then we also have chapter 10 of city code. Purchasing policy makes reference to local vendor preference, and it says, in accordance with sections 10.102, 10.108, and 10.116 of Lawton City Code as amended in ordinance 9914, the city may give preference to local vendors who have submitted bids that within 5% of the lowest responsive bidder who is not a local vendor. This preference shall not apply to public construction contracts, which we don't have here. Local vendor means any person or whose primary place of business is located within the operating corporate limits of the city, who submits responsive bids to for the purchase of goods and materials in response to city solicitation of bids. So we're talking about non-public construction contracts, and it's a permissive. It's not a shall under the policy.
And it says may, so that doesn't mean we have to. And it also says primary place of business. Okay, is there anybody here from Insurica that would like to speak? Okay, and if you guys will just give us your names, okay?
Sure. My name's Dustin Brand.
Lindsay Neal.
We represent Insurica, and we appreciate the opportunity to submit the bid. This is actually the third time that we have actually submitted a bid to the city year over year. We have been here. We understand some of the trials that the city has undergone with its group health program. You know, the information that was shared of what Higginbotham has done, those are actually the duties of our job. So, you know, I applaud them for doing their job. But I also would like to point out Insurica's presence in the municipal marketplace. We represent 25 different Oklahoma municipalities. And the reason we're such a strong power in the industry is the fact that we're front row in CMAO, OML meetings. We understand what the city's challenges are. We've created a niche really focusing in helping Oklahoma municipalities. So yes, we are local. We have, you know, Insurica acquired the JT Mill Agency, which Lindsay's father owned, her family owned, Dow Hester Irwin, Ford Hines Klein and Watson. But we've always kept our footprint here locally in the city of Lawton, you know, reinvesting those dollars that we receive back into the community by hiring, you know, your citizens and giving them employment. And so this is an opportunity for, you know, the council to shop local and to reinvest in its community. So we appreciate this opportunity to be here today.
How many employees do you have locally?
We have 20 in Lawton, and I think 130 in Oklahoma City and about 30 in Norman.
Okay, 20 in Lawton.
Correct.
That's the important part. Okay, is that it? Did you want to say anything, Lindsay? Okay, you were raised here, right?
I was raised here, and I've been a part of the, I'm a part of the Insurica Lawton branch, and I've been for my whole insurance career. Prior to JT Neal, we merged with Insurica Lawton, so I'm here multiple times a week. I do live in Oklahoma City, but I've, you know, my whole staff is here in Lawton. I was raised here. I'm here a lot.
Okay.
But it's great. So we certainly care about this community. We're here a lot, and we're here to do work in this community.
Okay, thank you. Council, do y'all have any questions for these folks?
You have 20 employees in this area. They all live in Lawton or close by or what?
They do.
They all live in Lawton?
They all office every day at 10 Southwest 2nd Street in our
Okay.
building.
Is this a one-year contract? It's probably in all those 19 pages somewhere.
I think it's a one-year contract with some extensions.
With free renewals.
1 year, okay.
So
that's
it is a
what-
one-year contract.
And my final question is exactly how do you make your money based on a percentage? I can't find anyone that can give me that answer. So can you do a real
Yes.
brief description of how?
This could be someone in our role in our business. We can be compensated either through fixed fee compensation or a commission that is built into the premiums and then remitted by the carrier back to the broker's office. Your particular contract, I'm understanding, is a percentage of the annual premium costs that the city and participants pay.
And is that comparative to the other bidders?
It
I
was
see.
the same.
Same, okay. Thank you.
Have you ever been the vendor before?
Have I been a vendor?
Yeah, the Insurica, has they ever been the vendor for this before?
Not for this, no. We do have Insurica for property insurance, but not for help for the boat.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris?
Craig,
Yes, sir.
how close were these two bids?
The bids were exactly the same as far as the commission goes.
Okay.
Yes, they
So it's
were
going to
exact-
cost us the same either way?
It's going to cost us the same as far as the commissions go, yes.
Okay.
Well, what does that mean? That needs to be,
Yeah,
All
that sort of
I can
does.
say is, whenever they made their proposals, both of them was a certain percentage commission, the same percentage, and the other commission, all the commissions are the same. I don't know if there's any other charges. All I can say is the cost that it looks like it's going to be to the city and to the employees are the same both ways.
but they couldn't charge you for something that wasn't in the bid, could they?
No.
Okay, all right. Is, any other questions
Yes.
before we move on to Higginbotham?
I'm still not sure my question was answered, and we keep talking about percentages. What might that be? Is that not available information?
Both, yeah, it's available. Both proposals charge a 2% commission.
Okay.
For the health insurance, for the health fee. And then standard commissions, those could be anywhere from maybe 5 to 15% on ancillary. offerings,
Do
such
they,
as vision and dental and life insurance and that kind.
And I know they shop different companies like Blue Cross Blue Shield or other insurance companies that provide this. So there's a pool probably that you pick and choose from that may be the same as a competitive bid or maybe something different, correct?
Well, actually, let's go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that.
Go ahead and step up to the mic better.
The RFP was for broker selection. So whoever broker you choose, nothing changes with the insurance policies. And then the renewals actually come up for renewal in July. And so if at that time we were to decide to change policies, we would keep the same commission. We would negotiate with the new carrier the same 2%. We would never take more. We're in contract with you. Whomever's in contract with you.
What you're trying to say is you would find the best insurance company for the dollar for the coverage for the city.
Correct, but we wouldn't change our commission.
Okay, thank you.
Regardless of who the carrier was.
Okay, any more questions for Insurica before we move on to Higginbotham? Okay, thank you. If you'll have a seat, we may want to call you back up. Is Higginbotham here? Yes. Would you guys like to address the council? And if you would, just give us your name, please.
Okay, sure. Hello, I'm a little nervous. My name is Lou Ann Yarberry, and I represent Higginbotham out of Texas and also out of our Oklahoma City office. We have been very privileged to be a part of the City of Lawton and help the employees and the HR department here for many years. We lost this a few years ago. We were very distraught about that because we really enjoyed working with the city. We did win the bid back in 2020, and we were able to again help those folks. As you all know, we are located in Texas, but we do have an Oklahoma City office that has a presence. So if we needed someone to come out of Oklahoma City to take care of it, we can certainly do that. I do take the lead on this account. I am out of Wichita Falls. As Megan previously said, I come up here to all of the meetings when asked. I can help folks on anything that they need. As most of us know, we do everything by emails and phone calls and things like that now. So being here locally, as far as I know, has never been an issue. The biggest thing that I guess I just want to say is just the relationship. One of the reasons that I'm so nervous is because you guys are personal to me. I have talked to so many city employees over the years. I've helped so many people. Just within the last few weeks, just helping a retiree that called almost in tears because he was going to have to pay $1,500 for a prescription, and we were able to push it through where he only had to make his co-payment. So again, it is something that is very personal to me. I love working with you guys. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I do hope that you would consider the recommendations from the Health Committee and from the HR team. So thank you very much.
Hold on just a minute. Let's see if we have any questions. Council, do you have any questions for Higginbotham? I guess not. Oh, Mr. Harris, did you? No. Oh, okay. So, council, discussion.
Mayor, may I speak real quick?
Yes.
So I am the chair of the Health and Wellness, the current Health and Wellness Committee. I was an alternate on the Health Committee back in 2020 when we chose to go back with Higginbotham. And we chose at that point because the broker that we had just could not meet our needs, and they were not near as personable as Higginbotham was. Insurica was one of the ones that we interviewed, but it was wholeheartedly decided that Higginbotham was the way to go. I know I've had issues, my parents have had issues, and all it takes is a phone call or an email to Luann, and we usually have an answer within 24 to 48 hours. And the whole Health and Wellness Committee now really feels strongly about staying and continuing that relationship that we've already built with Higginbotham.
Mr. Mayor.
This is a recommendation of whatever that committee was that you
Yes,
said?
the Health and Wellness Committee, yes. We're the ones that do all of the health and wellness challenges, and we're the ones that will review the insurance proposals when they come back up in a few months.
Mr. Harris.
Was Insurica the previous?
No, we had a company out of Oklahoma City called NFP.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Did both of these companies have an opportunity to talk to this review board?
We did not do interviews this year. After discussing with HR, both proposals were almost exactly word for word for the most part. So we discussed it amongst ourselves, and since we do have the relationship with Higginbotham, that really swayed in their favor for the majority of it.
Ms. Hankins?
Can we clarify they said that there was a $700,000 savings? Or was that 70 or 7? I've gotten used to really big numbers on this board.
I believe it was 700,000 and almost, and I believe it's Brian, sorry, it's been a while. Brian with Higginbotham can talk to you about that.
Brian Shine, Mayor and Council. When we came back in 2020, we did an analysis. When you guys were self-funded, you were currently running over maximum, so your claims were running very warm or hot, as we say. And when we did the renewal process through Healthcare Highways, there was, based on your enrollment at the time, it was around 10.2 million. And when we were out to bid, you talked about the renewal process in July. When we went through that process, we worked with our partnership through Blue Cross, and the fully insured was around 900 or 9.6 million. So it wasn't 700, it was around $680,000. At that time, we had fire included, so there was a divestiture with fire moving from the plan to their own. So it was a little bit less than that, so I wanted to be accurate. It was closer to 600 to 580,000 when you account for changes of enrollment. But at that time, that's what we were estimating the savings as. And we could prove all the documentation behind the scenes and show that. And I think we worked at the same time on the healthcare committee when we did that change. So it was around $600,000 when you adjusted for enrollment, but at the time it was
Was from when you took us from self-insured to
Correct.
Blue Cross Blue Shield, I guess?
That is correct.
Right.
And-
Did that answer your question? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Discussion, motions?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the professional services agreement with Insurica.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this professional service agreement with Insurica. Ms. Chapman seconded, is that right? Discussion or debate? Insurica. Did you have a comment, Mr. Warren?
I wanted to make sure.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you guys for coming. That brings up item 16, hold a public hearing to consider approving an ordinance for a change of zoning from the C1 Local Commercial District to C5 General Commercial District zoning classification for the property located at 1421 Northwest 67th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. Charlotte.
Hello.
Excuse me, 73505. Charlotte.
So this request, it's not working, Donalyn. It's on, I turned it on. Okay. So this request is for a property located at 1421 Northwest 67th Street. It's just north of Cash Road, between Cash Road and Rogers Lane on the east side of 67th Street. It was a daycare. It's currently been subdivided into 5 different suites with an add-on for a proposal for a drive-through restaurant. This is the site plan. So the existing building was the daycare, and then it had a fire, and so it's now been remodeled into shell space for those 4 suites, and then they added on for a proposed drive-through. The current property is C1. To the north, you've got C1 and R4. To the east, west, and south partially you have C5, and then to the south you also have C1, which is where the stripes is located. So the proposed zoning would take this to a C5. One of the proposed uses is a bakery. So they're looking at a bakery, jewelry, key shop, and an ice cream shop as the proposed uses. The bakery requires a C5 zoning, and the land use is currently commercial, so there's no change to that. The City Planning Commission held a public hearing on November 16th, 2023, and recommended to approve it. Notice of publication was mailed to 22 property owners on October 25th and November 22nd, and notice was published in the Lawton Constitution on October 31st and November 24th. And as far as I'm aware, we've had no calls for or against it.
Questions? Or motions?
Make a motion.
Motion
You
for
gotta do the
approval?
public hearing.
Oh, we got to read the ordinance.
Public hearing.
Oh. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And who made the motion? I did. We have a motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second from Ms. Chapman. Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from C1 local commercial district to C5 general commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 17. Hold a public hearing to consider approving an ordinance for a change of zoning from C1 local commercial district to C5 general commercial district zoning classification with conditions for the properties located at 3402 Northwest Cache Road and 3403 Northwest Oak Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505, Charlotte.
I apologize. I just had accidentally shut this down. Let me get this pulled back open. Okay, this property is located at 3402 Northwest Cache Road and 3403 Northwest Oak. So this is on Cache Road. It's the corner property at 34th and Cache, just to the west of the new Okie Car Wash. And they do own that part of Lot 10 that goes to the south down to Oak. There's an aerial. I believe that house is actually gone. All of those houses are gone now. That's an old aerial. But there's where you can see the Easy Go to the east, and then the car wash is to the west. So the proposed site plan, it shows an apartment complex on the south lot and a strip center along Cache Road with a possible drive-through for a restaurant at that one. The current zoning on both tracts are C1. The proposed zone is C5 to make it match along there and for the drive-through. And then the current land use plan is commercial, so we don't have to make a change on that one. Oh, you can go back. So City Planning Commission did, oh crap, sorry. City Planning Commission did hear this, and they recommended the request of zone from the C1 to C5 along Cache Road with the condition that any egress from 3402 Cache Road to 3403 Oak have a speed reduction device between the two properties. And then they also recommended to deny the rezoning request at 3403 Northwest Cache Road from C1 to C5. Notice of publication was sent to 14 property owners within 300 feet of the requested area on October 25th and November 22nd, and proper notice was published in the Lawton Constitution on October 31st and November 24th. And as far as I'm aware, we've had no requests, no calls for or against it.
Are we just voting on that black outline?
changes?
Yes, yeah, just the black outline is the piece in question.
Charlotte, what about the section that is not blacked out, that little rectangular corner
On the east
34th?
side, on 34th? I believe so that's not included, and I believe that's actually still a house at that location.
What part of this did the planning commission deny?
The lot 10, so the
10A.
south side.
No.
Okay, let's just make sure we got it right. Because the planning commission has recommended doing whatever on the front lot.
Yes,
On
on-
Cash Road.
on lot 1.
Denying the Oak lot.
Yes.
Okay.
But the staff, CPC recommended council action says approve the ordinance. Is the ordinance prepared per the recommendation or per the request?
So the ordinance is prepared for the recommendation, which is the Lot 1, Block 7, Greer Edition, which
So
is just the one on Cash
A
Road.
motion for approval will do what the CPC has recommended.
So motion for approval of Lot 1, the change in zoning of Lot 1, which is how the ordinance is drafted. Tim, would that work?
Well, Charlotte, I'm looking at the agenda item title, and it talks about a zoning for 3402 Northwest Cash Road and 3403 Northwest Oak. So the titles seems to still be talking about
So,
Oak.
but the property owners wish to move forward with the request for both lots. So that's why the title is.
Hold on just a minute, let's read the
And so, and Charlotte's right, it looks like the ordinance says Lot 1, Block 7, Greer Edition, and so as long as that's Lot 1,
As soon
Block
as
7.
you tell us you're
Yeah.
sure that's what it says, we're gonna make a motion.
Yeah, do a public hearing first.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
My read of it.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay. All right, and we need your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Dr. Brian Meek, and I reside at 3410 Northwest Oak, which is within the 300-foot boundary of this proposal. And I didn't have a chance to speak at the Planning Commission, so that's why I'm speaking now. I don't know if the information I'm going to give you is actually factual, but I want to give a little background on this residential area. My understanding is that some 20 years ago, at least, this entire block from Cash Road to Oak, everything that is now C5 or C1, about 20 years ago, I estimate, a major developer came into Lawton and wanted to purchase all of these homes and build a Target or some sort of major retail facility. And there were 2 or 3 homeowner holdouts, so I'm told, most likely due to not getting their asking price for their land. And so the deal fell through. But all of these lots were rezoned from R1 to C1. And that's the way it's been for 20 years. And there's been no commercial development among any of these homes in the last 20 years. In Lot 5 and 6 particular, that have been up for sale for commercial, for 10, 15 years. Again, no developers have come in along 38th Street to purchase that land because either they're asking too much or it's not conducive to, business in that particular stretch of 38th Street. That's my assumption. So that's sort of the background of the way I understand it as how these home additions got rezoned from R1 single residential to C1 commercial. And then after that rezoning, you had all of the businesses along Cash Road parceled out by homeowners where we currently have all the new businesses. Now, all those new businesses back up to the back fencing of the current residents, okay? This proposal, and the way it's zoned now under C1, you could have, you know, there must be 40 different businesses of various types, from trailer parks to bakeries to 7-Elevens to laundries to nail salons. I could go on and on what C1 permit use allows. And, you know, you could end up having each one of these homeowners sell out and have a hodgepodge of businesses on this previous residential street. Not only that, but with this plan, particularly at the 3403, this smaller strip, again, most of the businesses on Cash Road and across town back up to back fencing of homes. They do not back up to the frontage of homes, which is what would happen to my home, okay, should they build businesses there, not to mention the increased commercial traffic, et cetera, up and down that through street. So those are some concerns I have. It definitely is going to impact the home value of the remaining homes on the street if we start to sell these lots, you know, bit by bit. You know, it's kind of like a divide and conquer, in my opinion. I'm not against progress, but at the same time, there are 14 homeowners on this street, and right now there's a proposal for apartments in this lot that the Planning Commission has denied to rezone to C5 from C1. Now, my brief review of the city policies or ordinance from a quick online is that it's currently C1, and you don't need to upgrade this to a C5 to build 7 or 8 apartments. That's allowable under C1. So why upgrade it to C5? Not only that, but
Saying is you support the denial of the change on that lot, is that correct?
I do. My other concern is that all of these homes have been listed as C1 for 20 years, okay? My concern is the partialing out of these homes and what's best for the city, what's best for this neighborhood residential area.
Okay, well, what's before us today is just these 2 lots.
Yeah.
And if you have concerns about that, you're welcome to get your neighbors together and bring that, but we can't stop people from selling their property.
Well, I understand that.
In a certain
Can the city
area.
council consider rezoning?
Not today, we can't. It has to go through the CPC. We can only do what's on the agenda.
Okay, I understand. So if the homeowners wish to petition the city to rezone this to R1 or R2, then we go through the city planning
That's
commission.
correct. And Charlotte is the one that will help you through that, okay?
So that's the only information I need. And I'm not objecting to the proposal.
Okay, I think we understand where you are. And just to clarify, the law says we can only deal with what's on the agenda.
I understand.
The notice to the public of what we're going to be dealing with, that's all we can deal with.
Okay.
So everything else has to go through the policy and ordinance and all that business.
I understand.
Okay.
But at least you heard my concerns.
All right, thank you for coming.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Mayor?
Okay, yes.
Could you clarify one more time for me personally? Obviously, maybe I'm the only one. This little strip right here at Lot 10, the CPC denied that? Am I?
A lot on Oak.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the little strip on Lot 10.
is recommending denial of changing that ordinance. ordinance, correct?
Yes,
Or
recommended
changing that
denial.
zone.
CPC is a recommending body with council's the final say. So their recommendation is the piece on Lot 10 that's in the black square is to be denied.
Okay, Tim has a question.
I have a question for Charlotte. So I understand the ordinance, we're just talking about Lot 1. Can you verify real quick the site plan is accurate because the ordinance is adopting the site plan?
So actually, we will have to change the site plan because the site plan does have that piece on Lot 10 as well, so.
That was a concern. So do we need to table this till next meeting to bring back the updated site plan? Because what's attached to the ordinance isn't the correct one then, right?
Correct. That would be my recommendation, is to table it.
No, I'll just go ahead and make the motion to table to the
Second.
first meeting in January.
So it would be more beneficial to us to table to a date certain, and then we don't have to send out new notices. So I believe January 9th is the first meeting in January.
Preference to table or continue? What's for your notice requirements? Have we closed the public hearing?
We haven't closed the public hearing yet.
So we could just,
You could just continue the public hearing until January 9th.
Do you change your motion to continue to January 9th?
I do.
And the second motion and second to continue the public hearing and the item to January 9th.
I just have a quick question. Does the adjusted site plan have to go back?
No.
Okay.
And one more quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The C1, does that allow
It
apartments?
does allow apartments.
Okay.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. We've already done 18, brings up 19. Receive a schematic design presentation and consider approving amendment number 1 to the standard form of agreement between the City of Lawton and C.H. Guernsey and Company to provide professional architectural and engineering services to design selected schematic design plan on project PR 2309 Elmer Thomas Park Aquatic Center. This is in accordance with the True North culture statement, but providing more efficient service to the citizens of Lawton. Joe Painter.
How about now? There we go. C.H. Guernsey and their sub aquatic design consultants are back to give you a briefing on the schematic report they put together. And I don't want to steal any of their thunder, so I'll just let them take over. But if you're in agreement with the schematic design they've come up with, they're also would like your consideration for approving their amendment number 1 to proceed on with the construction documents required to construct the aquatic center.
Now, my memory is that we already approved this and failed to pull it for the presentation, but that we already approved it. Is that correct? And where are all the attorneys?
We approved the contract for them to do the schematic design. And they're back here to give you a presentation on the schematic design that they...
So all we have to do is receive the presentation.
And approve an amendment to their contract to proceed on with the construction documents to actually construct the aquatic center.
Okay, let's have this presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm J.D. Clark with Guernsey. I'm Senior Architect for the project. This is Kevin McEllier.
Kevin McEllier with Aquatic Design Consultants. We're the pool guys. So.
We went over a couple of these things with you, a couple of the council members last week and the mayor. So we're excited to be back in front of you guys showing you kind of the final schematic design product here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I don't know where the... Okay, next slide. So the reason we were kind of rushed on this is we've talked about the construction schedule and kind of going back from that. If we're trying to open Memorial Day, May 26, 2025, and we just work our way back from all of that, we need to get started on the next phase of this project tomorrow. And so I don't want to read through all of that, but it's there, and we're pretty confident that we can meet all these schedules, but it's a really tight schedule that we need to adhere to accomplish the goals of the city of opening Memorial Day. So,
Yeah, I'll throw my 2 cents in on the schedule just because this is a normal schedule that we work with, so there's nothing tremendously tight about it other than we are at the date now to start construction documents. So as long as we stay on that track, nothing is rushed, but we will be done for that soft opening in May and turnover and opening on Memorial Day weekend.
So part of our initial concept review was we looked at Elmer Thomas Park. We're currently working on numerous projects in this park for the city of Lawton. McMahon Auditorium, we did the auditorium addition drawings for that, and that should start construction hopefully in the next couple months. We just finished a report for the Museum of the Great Plains. We have a report for the Armory coming up soon, and a report also for the boardwalk and amphitheater that we're going to start working on hopefully in the next couple weeks. So we're really familiar with Elmer Thomas Park. It's a great resource for your city, and we're trying to make sure that we make it better. We're not trying to detract from some of the benefits it already has. And so we looked at several locations on this site where we could locate it where it's a benefit and not really causing something. So we looked at a couple different ones, and this seems to be the spot located between 6th Street, 3rd Street, and Prairie Dog Way, that triangle wedge. There's currently a little parking lot off of 6th Street. We would be extending that parking lot. This location's relatively flat. We have utilities at site or near site, and we have visibility from outside the park. So your residents coming along Cash and Ferris will be able to see the park or see this aquatic center from outside the park. We did some cost analysis on a couple other locations, and this was the most cost-effective site as well. So we felt with not only the benefits of where it's at in the site, we thought those were pretty paramount to its success. It was also financially the most responsible. Here's just an enlarged site plan of that site. We're looking at roughly around 210 parking spaces, around a 7,000 square foot building that will house restrooms, changing centers, equipment room, concessions. Something we're looking at is the restrooms will be able to be utilized in off-season times. So we've designed it kind of in such a way that they can come into the breezeway. Gates will be up so that they can go into the pool, but people can use the restrooms. And you don't have a facility that's only getting used 2 or 3 months out of the year. It's getting used full year. Additionally, the concession will have windows both on park side and aquatic side, so that festival lights, your light parades that are going on, you guys can sell hot cocoa and stuff like that out of the concession building. So it's really going to try to maximize your investment here. I'll let Kevin Turker jump over here on the pools now.
The next one. Yeah, this is a close-up. When we started looking at your master plan, what it appears is that this is going to be your only outdoor aquatic center that you're going to have, at least for the foreseeable future. And when you do that, there's a lot of things that you need to do programmably for a municipal facility. So you need things, we need a lot of recreation at a facility like that, but that's not everything. We need a place for doing swimming lessons, a place for doing organized water exercise like aqua aerobics and water weights and water walking and all those things. We also need a place to do some general swimming like laps. It's good to have a place in case you have a future swim team that uses this, to have them at regulation size so you can accommodate that kind of programming. And this layout actually accomplishes all of that and does it very well for a city of your size. I can go over a little bit of what's going on here. If you start on the left side of the drawing, that is actually the zero depth entry into the pool area. And if you're not familiar with zero depth entry, that is starting at your deck level and gently sloping into the water until we get to the back wall, which is about halfway to the right, and that's about 3.5 feet deep. And within that area, we're doing a lot of things. There's programming for mainly the small kids, but adults like this kind of area as well. If you look in the corner there of the zero depth entry, you see what is a small wall that is a place for parents to sit, and it's an area for the smaller toddlers. So we put a lot of play features in there for them, shade structure, and it's a great place to corral them, and they have their own area. Then moving out into the zero entry, we have toddler slides. We have a themed water play unit that has lots of features on it that kids can interact with. And then we have some floatable features out in the water. Another feature in this area is what we call the family slide, the red slide there. And what that is for kids, they can go down side by side with their friends. And it's for the smaller kids, and they're getting a little bit older to use this slide, but it's a very popular slide they go around and around on. Moving over into the other area, you see the lap lanes delineated there, and that is the general use area, so it will be used for your laps, for your competition swimming, but also we call it the messing around water. So when you go to an aquatic facility, you don't always use just the shallow water features or the diving or the slides. Sometimes you just want to get in because it's hot and you wanted to have a place just to be neck deep or waist deep in water, and that's that particular area. A lot of things occur in that area, like the exercise and organize as well. Then we move over into the diving board area, which is something in municipalities that's always popular. No matter what we build, the diving boards are always popular. In a second area, and you can move to the next slide, what we're showing is something we're going to set up as an alternate item during the bidding process, but this is your lazy river. So most people know those now, but it's a current that flows through the channel, and it's one that in general use times you're using an inner tube to ride around the river, but in the mornings you often will slow down that velocity and use it for water walking for seniors. So inside of this, we also have pods of activities. So we have one area that you can see is a sport area with basketball and volleyball nets. Off to the left of that, we have an area we call the adult lounge area, and it's that just because it's boring for kids to go to, but it's a place for adults to sit in the water and kind of enjoy the water with some shade on that as well. And then we have the slide complex, which is a slide that actually uses the same inner tubes that you use in the lazy river. So you go down on an inner tube on one of these slides, and you can continue into the river if you choose. The other side beside it does not use the inner tube, but it's a speed slide. It's a straight, direct down slide. So this type of complex, we've done a lot of municipal facilities, and it's very, very popular. It covers everything. So every age group you have is well served by this type of facility, and it's something to last for decades into the future. I think next.
Just a quick floor plan of where we're at on the bathhouse. So to the left, we've got the pool equipment room, and then we've got two family changing rooms that'll be serviced off of the pool area. Then we have a men's and women's changing room that are served off that breezeway that can be locked down and have exterior access only, or can be accessed from the pool area when you open it up for regular pool use. They're quite large. That's based on the pool size. Next to that, there's a breezeway that separates. That's where everybody will actually come through. So when you're coming through, you would stop at that control desk, pay your money to go in, or show your pass, or however you guys decide to regulate entry. Inside that space, we have an employee break room. Inside there'll be lockers and such. There's a first aid station with a kitchen, or not kitchen, a sink and some cabinetry there to deal with any sort of issues that you guys have in the pool. And then you have a manager's office next door to that. We have a concession that has access from outside the pool, inside the pool. And then we have a small storage that has direct access outside, so we can take deliveries into there without having to go into the facility.
And this is just a picture that has a very similar layout at another city we designed one for. And we like to show this because it shows how it gets used. This is actually during the week, not on a weekend, and it's a small community, but you can see it's very well attended. You can see the zero entry up on the right. It's kind of a lighter color as it gets deeper as you go in. You see the lap lanes and the diving, and then you see how people are interacting with that lazy river. And another thing to note is the line on the slides. It's a very, very popular ride there. But this is an actual facility that matches very closely what we've got as a concept for your community.
And then we put together a little animation here that shows the facility in the park. Just kind of a bird's eye dropping down into the parking lot, showing the front of the building. We have quite a bit of landscaping out in the parking lot because this is a park. We didn't want to make the parking lot just a sea of asphalt. Entry into the building, into the breezeway, right into the park. And then just kind of an aerial from the top slide looking down on all the pools and everything. I think that's it. Any questions?
I thought you were going to take us down the slide on that.
Well,
Splash in the water. You need, what we're doing here today, we've already approved something last time. So all we're doing today is approving amendment number 1 to the standard form of the agreement between the City of Lawton and C.H. Guernsey and Company to provide professional architectural and engineering services to design selected schematic design plan on project PR 2309 Elmer Thomas Park Aquatic Center. Do we have questions, discussion, or a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve this amendment number 1 of the standard form of agreement. I did want to say that I think this is an awesome thing to happen in Lawton. We've never had anything that even comes close to this. I hope that y'all can get this done by the deadline. And just a note, I'm not an engineer and I'm not an architect and I'm not a water guy, but I'm pretty sure y'all could sell this better if you came in with flippers.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, on this presentation, on the slide you showed with that building, we had talked about this, I thought, on the showers, to where the showers would, off-season, the wall would be moved and that would be locked up and secured so we don't have public showers.
yes,
Off-season.
we put an overhead coiling door between the showers and the toilets so that you can shut it down and we can isolate those off in off-season.
Excellent. Excellent.
Further discussion or debate?
Where do I get my deck?
Further discussion or debate?
Nice looking.
Please vote.
Nice job.
Lot of excitement about this, and it passes 7-0, and we stand in a short recess. Very short, very short.
Excuse me, guys.
I mean, I would love to, but it's off. It's not going to be on camera. That's just a personal thing. Appreciate it.
practice.
We're about to get started. Council, if you'll make your way back to the dais. Is Tim in the room?
Tim is not in the room.
Okay, we're back in business. Item number 20, consider adopting policy, Council Policy 9-03, creating a system for assigning new tenants to camping vacancies located in the Lake Latonka recreational area known as Schoolhouse Slough, to include the wet slips and dry stall storage spaces located at the city's lakes, to include any floor amendments, and take action as necessary. Dwayne.
Mayor and Council, this is I would call it the second piece of the management of the recreational areas around the lake system. Prior to this last year, the city of Lawton really didn't have a policy in place for how vacancies would be filled when camp spots were vacated, especially with respect to the slough, because we hadn't operated it before. Since it's now under city's management, we felt like it would be prudent to have a policy in place that would provide some governance on how we would address those issues as vacancies became available. This deals with the wet stalls, the dry stalls, the boathouses, and the camper trailers, RV spaces. It's a pretty straightforward policy. Essentially, when a vacancy comes up, we would post that vacancy for camper spots and boathouses, and then those spots would allow, or we would allow a time period for people to apply for those and then draw their names out of a hat. Now, one thing that council previously directed was that all vacancies, when they were filled, that the full rate would be applied to the new tenant. So that's also part of this policy. It's also included in the fee schedule that you recently adopted. The one thing that, or the two items that we would not post would be the wet slips and the dry stalls, because those are kind of a first come, first served basis. I foresee staff probably maintaining a list of anyone that calls and says they're interested in a dry stall or a wet slip, and then as they become available, we could call them and just go down the list and assign those. But those are, this is the policy that we're proposing, and we would recommend your approval.
So it seems to me like we passed a fee schedule, and we also directed the staff to do a market survey of lakeside lot prices, did we not? And if my memory is, help me remember, I'm going from memory, which is not a good thing. And it seems like there was a very minimal increase for the lakeside lot. Is that correct?
For the most part, no increase was more than 25%. Some were a little bit under that. They were a little bit closer.
I actually didn't mean the increase. What I meant was and I didn't mean going up more than 25% on the people that are already there.
Right.
But it's the stories that I've heard about people paying premiums for a right to lease that indicate that we're not even close to market value. And I want to make it clear, I am not saying go up on the people that are there and have been there. I'm talking about when a lot comes available, how we set the market. And it seems to me like, and this discussion's been had by a few people, that potentially we could do some kind of an auction for that. In other words, if somebody, here's the price, which is whatever it is, and for 10 days we're going to accept sealed bids for a premium, a one-time premium or something. I'm not declaring to have the answer, but there's got to be a way. There was a black market for this before. Now the citizens are in control of this again, and it's our job to manage it to the full potential for the citizens and the reinvestment into the lake amenities. The money stays at the lake. So I'm wondering how this plays in. You didn't address that in your policy. What are your thoughts on that?
So with respect to the increases in the fees and us just now taking over, we built a pretty straightforward policy, and Mayor, you're correct, and I know we've had some conversations, but the thought process would be if we had more than one applicant interested in a specific space, where let's say that we had a space come open and there was 10 different people that wanted that space. It's conceivable that we could offer an opportunity for those 10 individuals to submit a sealed bid type of application and put that premium on there to actually buy the access to that spot. We would charge them the normal rate, but instead of the existing leasers or leasees, I guess you would call it, being able to sell their camper and transfer the spot, the city would then be in the driver's seat for collecting a premium on those spaces. And that would basically help drive what that fair market value is. It would give us a better idea of what those spaces were actually worth.
That might be, that might be a good idea, keeping in mind that the people that have it, that are leaving it, if they have people that normally they would sell it to, would have that opportunity. An auction might possibly work. Just something to think about. But I mean, the concept that you're starting down that road on right now sounds good, but we do need something to give everybody a fair chance, but get the optimum of what it's worth too, because it's been far long that we've been renting those for basically so far below the market value, and it was so low that now it creates a problem trying to get them back even close. So we can't continue down that same path. So a sealed bid could work, an auction could work, something along those grounds, but I think we need some more research and development, as they'd say on it.
We could certainly tailor this policy to reflect a change in that direction and bring that back. I feel like at this point we need something in place because the leases will change hands or change over to the new year, January 1, and we already have at least one or two that have said that they're likely going to vacate those. So we'd like to at least have something in place to start that process, and if you would like and you want to direct staff to bring back a modification to this policy to accommodate that wish, then we can certainly do that.
So what you're saying is go ahead and pass this so you have a policy in place and then you can bring back a modification. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay, Mr. Harris?
So I was looking at the boathouse slip, and on D it says, in the event a boathouse owner removes their boathouse and surrenders the boathouse slip, said slip will be made available to the public via random drawing. So not just moving some people have bought old boathouses and then brought in new ones. That's not going to change, right? They'll still be able to do that.
The boathouses are kind of a one-off.
Right.
Because of the nature of what they are, they're really not a conveyance. They're not transportable per se.
Right.
So typically with the boathouse leases, they're able to transfer those. In the event, though, that you had a boathouse owner that say they had one that was dilapidated and they didn't want to fix it back up, I would say this is probably a far unlikely circumstance because most of them would probably put that boathouse up for sale. Someone would buy it, pull it out and remodel and put a new one in there. But in the event you did have someone that chose to pull their boathouse out and destroy it or demo it, and exactly, I'm done, then the city now has this space. So we need to be able to have a way to offer that up to the public, and that's what that policy
But
does.
if you bought a boathouse and then you said, I do want to upgrade, if you bought the boathouse from somebody else and you said, I do want to upgrade, you don't forfeit that when you pull the old boathouse out. You just...
No, sir, you do not.
Mr. Warren?
I was just 1,000 things. But one was, we definitely need to get this in place because I just yesterday saw a conversation online about hold that space for, not boathouses, but hold that space for me, I'll buy that trailer or whatever. So we definitely need to get this in place. I know when the mayor first came on, one of the first texts I sent was a picture of the north side of the slough. There was a boathouse slot with a big banner on it that said for sale. and we've got to stop that. I don't have a problem with the pulling the boathouse out and repairing it and putting it back and it staying in the same family or the same owner. But that deal of moving one out and then trying to sell the spot is just, we got to make it very clear that that's not going to happen.
So the transfer of the boathouses, and this is part of the policy. In order to transfer the boathouse spot, that the new owner has to provide a bill of sale, and then we would start them on a new lease. If they take their boathouse out, they would be selling their boathouse and then transferring the lease, as opposed to pull the boathouse out and then sell a spot that they don't have. They'd have to have a boathouse on the water in order to transfer it.
Dwayne, so the same thing with the camping spots, though, they can't sell their trailer to the next person and have it switch over automatically, though.
That's correct. They cannot do that.
How are we going to enforce that without, the wink stuff?
So part of the lease agreement that you just approved is part of those clarifications. We included in that, whoever has the lease, the name on the lease has to be one of the names on the title of the trailer, and they will have to provide a copy of their title, the registration, at the time they sign the lease to verify that they match the name on the lease itself. So
Yeah.
the trailer title or ownership has to match up with the lease.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Gill.
I move to approve, to go ahead and direct staff to come back with a process for some sort of premium bid process.
Okay.
And get it.
Okay, so we motion for approval of this for now and direct them to come back with some sort of a premium bid process. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Is this the new vote or the old one? They voted before I looked up. But motion carries 7-0.
We're on good track.
Thank you.
Good track.
Item number 21, consider an ordinance that amends personnel policies and procedures, Section 17-14135, Division 17-14, Article 17-1, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding that if an employee is promoted for an applicant is hired for a position that they are underqualified for that position, they would have 1 year to attain the minimum requirements. If they've not attained the requirements by the 1-year deadline, their pay would not exceed 85% of the maximum salary for the position. The city manager would have the right to grant exceptions. The change would not affect members covered by a collective bargaining agreement and council-appointed positions, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Craig.
Okay, how about now? Okay. This ordinance, occasionally we hire people for positions that are open, and we also promote employees that may be underqualified for a position, such as a position may call for a bachelor's degree in whatever field, say business, and they may not completely have their degree finished yet. So what this proposal does, it allows them to be hired, but it puts a limit on how much they can make salary-wise. It limits them to 85% of the maximum salary for a position if they don't fit the requirements of the job, if they're underqualified. Questions?
Questions, comments, motions? Mr. Warren.
I'd make a motion to approve, but I just wanted to, and it is germane, but it's really not involved in this. Are we actively looking for ways to work in certificate? I know that a lot of companies now are not necessarily looking for a bachelor's degree or a master's degree or whatever. They're looking for a certain certificate that basically will prove that the individual has the capability of doing what they want to do. Are we exploring that?
We are. I mean, we're constantly modifying position descriptions to keep up with like the latest trends and, you know, the current things that are going on in HR. So we routinely are looking at those to determine whether the educational requirements are appropriate for the position.
We have a motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17.14135, division 17.1.4, article 17.1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding that if an employee is promoted or an applicant is hired for a position that they are underqualified for that position, they would have 1 year to attain the minimum requirements. If they have not attained the minimum requirements by the 1 year deadline, their pay would not exceed 85% of the maximum salary for the position. The city manager would have the right to grant exceptions. The change would not affect members covered by a collective bargaining agreement and council-appointed positions, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. That moves us up to item 24. Consider approving an amendment to Council Policy 16 by including a requirement for agenda items involving expenditures to list the funding source and the funding source balance after any proposed expenditure and to state if the expenditure was budgeted. John.
Mayor, Council, I agended this item, and the reason that I did is there's been a few items that have come up recently where, you know, we'll talk about the item and then council will approve it, and then sort of after the fact, we'll try to figure out funding, which, you know, isn't the ideal way to conduct business, especially if the item wasn't budgeted for. So, you know, we're kind of, you know, we have to look elsewhere to figure out funding solutions. And so this change in our council policy is really a requirement to do that work up front. So before we discuss the merits of a plan, and I will say there's lots of really good ideas and plans that we've considered recently, and I know that they're very meritorious and worthy of this governing body's consideration, but we've got to be able to make sure that we can afford it up front. And so that's what this is all about.
Okay, I like this. There has been a problem having that information available concerning the CIP. Is it going to be available now?
If you're asking about the portal, we're still working on that. But
no, I'm not. I've had trouble getting accurate information on the funding categories of the CIP.
Yeah, there's no reason why that information can't be provided.
Okay, the other thing I have in item G where this changes, the way I read it worded, it has the city manager in charge over an elected official's entry into the agenda. And so it's not a problem. You're already in charge of the employees. Directors, I think, that have authority, but I don't think we can have the city manager over the council. So I'm not sure how to deal with that.
Okay, I can assure you that wasn't the intent.
I know it wasn't.
So we can, I think that's certainly grounds for a floor amendment, a slight modification to include, or to say that that authority is over city staff and city departments. And so, yeah, the intent here wasn't to deny council putting things on the agenda. The intent was just to ensure that we have done this work up front before it comes before this board's consideration.
I get it. I'm just saying that's the way it's worded. And with that amendment, are there any comments, or would someone make a motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, John, I'm curious, how do I, if I want to agenda something or something to get done, how do I go find that information as far as money and whether it's available or not?
You don't, Councilman Harris. You'll just let the clerk know that, you know, it's an item that you want to agenda, and at that point, we'll look at it and we'll talk to finance and we'll see if the funds are available. If they are, we'll put it on the agenda, and if they're not, we'll come back to you and let you know that, hey, there's no funding available for this.
I like that. Then you can do an amendment, or rather put something on the agenda to get funds for it.
We could do a budget amendment, absolutely.
Did you make a motion to approve?
I will.
With the stated amendment that John mentioned?
Yes, that, John, I'll have you restate that and waive the reading, okay.
So it's just to make it clear that the manager's authority is to the city staff, is over the city staff,
Okay,
not
is there a
over
second?
elected officials.
We do have a second discussion or debate.
I just wanted to mention
sir.
that when I read this, I just hadn't paid attention a lot about whether it was there or not. Used to in the old days, and I don't remember exactly when the old days were, but it was sometime in the last 20 years. We used to do it that way. Down in the agenda commentary under staff recommendation, that was part of staff recommendation, was that amount of money be taken from account number blah, 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 blah.
It would be discussed on the dais. There's a problem if I don't catch it. So, okay. Need one more unless somebody's left. Okay, motion carries 6-1.
I was the one. I don't mind telling you.
Okay,
Okay, I
we're
still need
calling
a
the
poll.
roll.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill,
No.
Uyghur, Johnson, Warren,
Item carries 6-1. Item number 25, consider approving an ordinance that amends section 22-21202, Article 22-21, Division 22-2, Chapter 22, Utilities, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying the language that every building and structure meant for human habitation shall be connected to the public water and shall have an active water account, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments. Charlotte.
So the city manager actually brought this to my attention. He's been reading code a lot apparently lately. That's his bedtime routine. So the previous language in this chapter was very, very unclear. And so we're just wanting to try to be transparent and make things a little bit easier to understand, and requiring that if you're within 200 feet of a main, if you've got a house or a building that's meant to be habitable, then you're required to be connected to the water, to the city water.
Okay, now, this is really not a change.
No, it's just some clarification of some of the language.
Okay, but you do say meant for all building and structures that are meant for human habitation.
Yeah, so I don't mean an accessory building like a shed or something like that. Those aren't meant for human habitation.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to be real careful with this because Charlotte and I've had this conversation recently. I don't like the word human habitation. Now, we're going to get technical because it's a legal situation. And I think I know what the city manager means, and I'm fine with that. If it's turned in on a building permit and they're going to build a new building, and it's a permit required for people to be in their office or whatever, then that's one thing. I think human habitation is a little bit of a general term. My case being this, that we have a situation right now with a warehouse. And we put a requirement on them to put water to that warehouse, even though on the plans it's strictly a warehouse. It's not going to be used by people. There's no sign of anything on the permit request for people, but it could be considered human habitation because people will be in there delivering, storing, and doing things. Now, the question comes up, okay, well, you build this warehouse and you say nobody's going to be in there, but 6 months from now, a year from now, we decided we're going to put a little secretary in there and we need water. Well, that's fine. They're required by law to get a building permit for that. There's no excuse to break the law, but are we going to punish everybody that wants to build a new building and put a self-storage in, for example, an equipment shed, for example, or even a communication building? We have communication buildings all over town. Are we going to require them to spend all this money ahead of time just in case something could happen? So I'm really leery about human habitation. That can be construed in many ways. I think I always oppose new laws, especially when we had them before, or haven't had them in the past. So I think we can do this, but better terminology.
Okay, I just want to respond to a few things. So the issue that you brought up has been resolved favorably about the warehouse.
It was a sewer.
I don't know that yet.
Yeah, it has. We've
Yeah,
visited with them.
So that has been resolved favorably. That is not the intent to make, communication buildings, any other sort of, and we're open to floor amendments in that regard. If you think that something's more clear, we're certainly amenable to that. And this isn't new. This isn't a new law. We're trying to clean up language that's existing. If you want to look at the language that's in there now, and if council determines that language is more clear, then maybe we don't take action on this. But I would submit to you that this is at least understandable. What's in the code now, I don't think is.
Well, it isn't, and we've had problems in the past. I will shortly make a motion that we send this to, I hate to keep building camels in committees, or if you think we can just do it in-house, that'd be fine too. But I think we need to clarify exactly what human habitation means so that 5 years from now when I'm gone, and 10 years from now when the mayor's gone, and another 26 years when Warren is gone, then we won't have a council sitting up here or a planning department, because I know Charlotte won't do it either. And then this comes up again when we're not going to let you build this $10 million self-storage building because we're going to demand that you put water in on each one. I mean, strange things happen, and I've seen strange things happen. And that's all I'm trying to protect.
Okay,
I think the intent is excellent.
So what is your motion?
My motion is to table this for right now and to get with staff and legal and change the wording just a little bit and bring it back. I don't think we're in that big a hurry, are we?
We're not, but what provided the impetus for us putting this on the agenda was the situation that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to avoid those types of scenarios in the future. We're not in a hurry, but my position would be, I think this could be handled with a simple floor amendment, but I will defer to council on that, and I will say that in 26 years, I still expect Councilman Warren here.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we give this back to staff and have them reword this and have representation from the Oversight Committee or whatever committee they deem necessary to get involved in this, and just change the wording and bring it back.
Okay, that was quite a motion. And I'm assuming that was an amendment from the first motion you made, and I'll accept that as an amendment from the first motion. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate. Ms. Chapman.
Charlotte,
Yes.
when this passes, how is this going to be enforced with so many homes when I'm driving around that are empty, or possibly future D&D lists? I mean, how is this going to be enforced?
Well, the water is already there to those houses.
I'm asking Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, George.
I don't have an answer for you on that piece right now. I do know that Revenue Services every so often goes back and checks to see who has active water accounts and what meters and stuff are still there. that are running, but, and then they go pull meters, but.
Are we talking fines or pulling water? I mean,
I
you
assume
see what
it's,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm looking ahead. I like this, but how in the world is it going to be enforced where it's going to benefit the citizens of Lawton?
Okay. We can add some language for that as well.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Along with Councilman Gill, so the definition of habitation is somebody is actually living there and water has to be turned on, or any house that's already existing has to have a water account.
So, and that's something I think I need to break it up, because existing houses that don't have water, as long as there's nobody living there, then, you know, they're allowed to not have active water accounts. But if someone is actively living in the house, then it's a problem if there's not a water account.
So just right before I came here, I was at 2502 Southwest I. There's a squatter there. He has set up camp. He has no water. He has no toilet. He's living there, and now he's turning the yard into a junk pile, which our neighborhood services, previously run by John, are doing a great job on that. But I can see the need for this. In that case, we got, and in many of the D&Ds we have, there's people living in the backyards. They don't have active water, and that's what we're trying to clear up here, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm not sure if that's my comment as well, but occupied needs to be added,
Okay.
in my opinion. Okay, is there further discussion? Mr. Warren?
Now, I was just going to mention that the definition of habitation is living there, not just being there, but actually living, which would include, then when you look up living, a bathroom and a sink and a kitchen, and anyway. The other part was that I appreciate everyone voting in favor of changing the charter in order to keep me here for another 26 years.
Are we ready to vote? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. That brings up staff reports. Number 26, provide City Council with an update on the FY 2022 and FY 2023 audit process. Joe Don.
Yes, sir. Mayor, Council, I really don't have a lot to add from what I said a week ago. We have turned our portion of the city audit over to our consultants and our auditors. They are working on it. We are actively pursuing and working on our 2023 audit. I do expect to have that completed by June 30th. We are June 30th. That would be pretty typical of when we were approving audits before this last one. It would typically take us until June to get it prepared and to be presented to the City Council.
I thought it was due December 31.
It is due December 31.
Then why would it take us to June?
That was the time frame we were getting at. I think the year I got here, we presented the audit in June.
Okay, that we have got to set up our system and properly staff it to have this done on time. There's no way we can go for that premium budget award or whatever it's called. And other cities are doing this. There's no reason we can't. Now, are we not giving you the tools that you need to accomplish this by December 31? I understand the 22-23 is going to be late. But we've got to aim towards December 31 of 24, having the 23-24 on time, on target and on time.
And that is the goal. That is the goal. The 23-24, the year we're in right now, the goal is to have it presented to you by December 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you. That's on the record. Now I've got another question. you said the 22-23 is going to be completed by June. What if you hired 2 more contractors? How much sooner could you get it done?
It's hard to say about how much we could get done. I don't have 2 more contractors. I can't hire contractors that would be dedicated to the city to do that work. We've got a contractor hired. I plan on lobbying for additional staff members at the beginning of the budget year. But it is difficult to determine what could get done when you have too many hands in the pie. That's the way to get things messed up. If we have our dedicated staff that are working on the audit and working dedicated on the audit, right now I have 4 full-time employees working on nothing but audit preparation and closing out of the books. Probably 2 additional accountants hired on to, as city employees would be a benefit. But bringing somebody on that does not know our system, that we have to train on our system to get the information they need, just slows the people down that are doing the work.
Well, that's not what I want to hear. And, you know, when I speak out in the public, I get beat up over this audit.
I understand.
One guy told me today there's a federal law requiring municipalities to have it done within 270 days of the end of the audit year. Do you know anything about that, or is that?
No, that was the reason all banks had, that's the banking audit, the banking requirements, that's the reason we get the letters.
It's hard for me to believe that there's not somebody out there, or OML can't help us find somebody that is experienced in municipal finance and experienced with, what do we call our system?
Munis. We have.
Are you talking about the Tyler system?
Yeah.
We have working as a consultant, the premier auditing and accounting firm in Oklahoma for municipal government, Crawford & Associates. They have been around for over 30 years, and they are, in my opinion, the best at what they do.
Okay,
Now,
let me go at it this way, just a minute. John, this is not an action item, but I'm going to ask you to get with Crawford and to get with Mike Fina and see if you can find a way to accelerate this, because my fear is that while we're going to have a window after this January 15th, we're done with this other one, right?
That is the goal. That is the plan. Yes, sir.
See, all these, this is concerning because I'm not hearing a yes, okay? And we're going to have a window but where we're not extremely late on this new one. But then we're going to be shut down on borrowing, probably in March, because that's when we got that letter, if I remember right. Now, I'd really like to see us find a solution, not a reason to not do it, okay? Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments?
Are we still on schedule for January, sometime in January for the audit? The last council meeting said we were going to have the audit ready about the middle of January to the end of January.
That is the goal, is to have, and I have no reason to know that anything different than that today.
That's a 22-23?
Yes, sir. No.
21-22. Okay.
Our 22-23 in June.
Okay.
Our 23-24 December.
Mr. Harris.
Joe Don, I keep hearing the words, "that is the goal" from you, and we all have to set goals, but we're seeing very few results, so please, I mean, that's very confusing for us because we don't understand the process, or at least it's very confusing for me. So, in all ways possible, I'm telling you that this needs to improve, as well as the mayor. This is not acceptable, because we are getting beat up on it quite badly.
And I understand that. It's hard for me to control. I can control my staff. I can control us getting it done. We had extraordinary circumstances moving into this audit, and I can control that. I can control when we get it done. Once we release it to the consultants and the auditors, I then work on their timetable.
Jodon, I think what we can say, though, that would be helpful is we can say when we're going to get our portion done, and we can commit to that to council, right?
Yes.
And so when would that be?
I would commit to having our portion of the 2023 audit done by the end of March.
So you just moved the timetable up because now you're 45 days to get in Crawford to approve it, or what?
No, I gave March for the city staff to have our portion done and released to Crawford and Associates and to Forvis, our auditors.
And you're telling me it's going to take them 3 months?
They've got to schedule the auditors have got to schedule their on-site reviews for 2023, and we've got to work with them to do that. And then it typically takes them 6 weeks to get the audit finished.
When you've done all this time calculating, Joe Don, have you calculated that this is budget season and you're going to have people that are going to have to be dedicated to the budget process?
These people are not. These people have been removed from any other obligation that that they've had in the past, such as my deputy, who typically handles the audit and the budget. She has been removed off the budget. That is now on my plate.
Okay. And you've got the manpower to keep the budget on track, right?
I believe so.
Okay, my request stands.
Yes, Mayor, and I would just add that I can certainly reach out to the auditors and get a timetable from them. That way we have a better idea of how long it's going to take them once we get our work done. So I think we can give council a better picture of that.
Council, further comments? All right, do we have a motion? Thank you, Joe Don. Do we have a motion to go to executive session? We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
We are back from executive session. Can I have a motion to come back in order?
I make a motion, we come back to order.
We have a motion to come back in order. Is there a second? We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Gill? Uyghur? Johnson? Warren? Hankins? And I also just want to note that Kelly Harris left at 6:55.
Executive session item number 27, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the status of ongoing investigation concerning pension calculations. That conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Executive session number 28, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claim of Mark Long. That conversation did occur, and my understanding, we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move to approve a professional services agreement with the law firm of Collins, Zahm, and Wagner for their assistance in reviewing the tort claim filed by attorney Robert Wyatt on behalf of Mark Long, with said agreement including, amongst other provisions, an hourly rate of $175 for partners and an hourly rate of $150 for associate attorneys and 60-hour hourly rate for paralegals. And if requested, Collins, Zorn, and Wagner, if requested, briefing the city council in executive session on the tort claim.
Is there a second?
Sounds like I was stuttering.
Do you have a second? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Item number 29, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claims of YMCA filed on May 25, 2023 and October 13, 2023. That conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 30, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. It's my understanding that conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Do you have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill? Yes. Uyghur? Yes. Johnson? Warren? Yes. Hankins? Yes. Chapman?